Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we've got a few meetings with the team. So we've got animation, sound effects, and music coming up in the next hour. We've also got some player feedback that I'm incorporating into the Insignia demo, the brand new demo that was launched last stream. We've had a lot of player feedback, tons of it come in, which I'm very grateful for. All thanks to you, chat. And speaking of which, I'd like to welcome everybody who's in chat right now to the stream. Welcome, Eyes, Fkoff, Benaim, and Swizz, as well as anybody lurking on YouTube. Welcome. Okay, so it's been a big night for me. A bit tired today, but I'm feeling pretty focused. There's a lot to sort of think about because I've got more pressure going in different directions here. Demo is really important. Updating. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, there's the thing that's addictive about this is that I could definitely resolve all of the player feedback. You know what I mean? It's like I could happily just keep working on it, and I will, because I do want to send it off to some publishers soon. So for me, I'm going to go through the priority list of game breaking stuff to sequence breaking stuff to major content issues, and then just move on and tweak little things as we go. There are some other gameplay related issues that I want to solve to do with player feedback, impressions, not just things that are wrong or broken. So we can go through those at the top of the stream. Just so you know, I am incorporating the things that I'm doing are directly based on your feedback. So I can show you. I can show you kind of the results so far of some of the tests. Insignia Alpha test feedback. That's not what I'm looking for. That's weird. Yeah, here we are. Okay, so gamepad soon. There is gamepad support if that's what you're asking for. You mean you'll test it on gamepad? You can play it on a gamepad. So we've got some responses, which is cool. This is the... did we get anyone getting all the way to... Yeah, 51% of people finished the demo. That's great. We couldn't do that last time. So that's good. I've been through some of this stuff. Summaries are that people are liking the way that it's looking. There's some criticism on dialogue. Sound is great. Elias is doing a sick job of that. Action gameplay. There are specific sentiments here that I'm very surprised about, and we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, good responses here too. I'd like to get this to 90% if I could. So the major criticisms I think of the game so far are ones that I think are very manageable. I'm not concerned about them, but they're also very pronounced so far with 7 responses. So, I mean, maybe we'll have it level out if we get up to say 20, even 15 would be plenty. But mostly to do with the combat being too easy. So too spammy, too simple. This is, I mean, I think this is a pretty legitimate criticism, and I think there are aspects to the combat system that we'll be getting updates soon that will change this significantly. and it's mostly got to do with the fact that I work on these things, player abilities, and then I work on enemies, and then I work on player, then enemies. It's sort of not necessarily done at the same time. So we're sort of due for enemy, due to thinking about the combat system from the perspective of enemies as the subject. Like, how do we make it more fair for them? How do we make them more of a threat, but without making the combat system feel like the player has less control? So there is some stuff there that I'd like to play on. But we're not addressing that today. That's sort of more of a long-term thing. But it is very important. I mean, a couple of people said it was deal breakers for them that they could spam through the combat. So I'm genuinely pretty surprised by that, because I feel like the game has been... It's more punishing now than it ever has been, actually. You take more damage than you ever have. And in the past, I think people were concerned about how hard it was, but maybe that was just... Maybe too many quality of life things have crept in for the player, so the player power creep is too high now. We'll see. But in addition to that, we've also got the forums, which are booming right now. There's so much stuff happening in the forums. Well, this is the thing. Yeah, it's funny because I think there are two players that I'm serving here that are very different philosophically. And it's unfortunate that this is the case. It's kind of like I see this as like a skill curve, right? Like there's like this, right? Of like the people who have the lowest skill, and the people who have the most skill, and who is the game for. And in my mind, the way I see it is, hey, Squiggy Things, I see this as something where like the goal is to educate players into the systems such that they can fight more difficult content later, right? That's my goal. And I've been pretty like, I watch my wife play it, or I watch, people play it for the first time. And I think what we're missing right now is there are people who are here who are saying, hey, I'm already here and I'm not having a good time because all the enemy difficulty is down here. So instead, I think this is actually, it's not, I wouldn't do difficulty settings personally. I'm not about that life because it makes too many variables for me as the developer. Instead, I think there should be optional content that's up here. Even like we're working on a new enemy right now that is supposed to be more difficult. That is in chapter 1. So like, I already know this is the case. And I think out of like respect for the player, just so that I could get people finishing the demo, I made the Hunden, who was here, I pushed him right down for the demo. So I gave him like a third of his health, which, should make that fight a lot easier. But last time, I think there were just so many people failing to it that or maybe just the loudest people were the people who couldn't get past it. I think that's the other thing about enemy difficulty is if you put it on the main path, right? There are like lots of branching things you can do in the game where difficulty can be really hard here. But if you put a fight that is run ending here because it's so hard that someone can't get past it, that person is now blocked off from enjoying the rest of the game, So the people who are, it's unfortunately like a very binary thing where it's like, can you beat this fight? If yes, you don't even care about this. You won't talk about it. If you can't, you'll be very vocal and you'll tell me about it. So I think maybe I've just been making it so that I don't get feedback on this. I've been very conscious of getting negative feedback about enemy difficulty. But now I'm getting negative feedback about enemy simplicity or ease. So I think we have to go back the other direction. And I feel like if you gave me a month, 2 months, 3 months, I could dive so deep into this conversation. I love this topic. It's actually one of my favorite things about the game is that it lets me explore this relationship between player agency and enemy difficulty in video games. I put games, on a scale of like Super Smash Bros. Melee versus Dark Souls. And the scale is like, how long does it take for like the attack to come out? In Super Smash Brothers, the amount of player actions, or you could ask the question like, what is the peak APM of this game? Right? Super Smash Brothers has it's like APM, actions per minute. Super Smash Brothers APM is like way up here. And Dark Souls APM is like way down here. You push a button, it's like a second and a half before something happens. So the thing is, when it's down here, it's more about player choice. Right, it's more like a puzzle. Whereas here, it's more about player dexterity. Where it's more about, really just about speed. Twitch. And for me, precision is not as important as decision making. So I think that this is where I want things to go, which means it might be something where we lock Armin out a little bit into like slower actions per minute. The combos become slower, or we raise enemy poise across the board so that they don't get nudged out of their attacks. That's actually a huge one. Like, one of the biggest things you can do to stop spam is let enemies tank the hits without breaking their animations. There's also like some combo stuff here that, like, right now the combo tree is, if you just keep hitting the attack button, you can kind of keep extending the combo. Maybe I'll have it be that on the third hit, Armin has to really slow down, and that gives the enemy time to recover. There's some stuff here we can do to address it. I could go on forever about it. I love it. Really fun conversation, but not my priority today. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, this is chapter 1. This is the start of the game. Like, I want you to be able to do that. I'm happy for you to. We did lose like an enemy class going from like pre-2023 to today. The Wolverine was like a large hulking enemy that could grab you. And it doesn't exist in chapter 1 anymore. So there's not really that much that punishes you for spamming right now. And maybe that's what we were just missing, is just that slow, bulky enemy type. However, there's always room for a new enemy. So I think adding this guy and the Langston, adding these two into chapter 1 as optional encounters, I think just solves it. I think like having a couple enemies that you can fight multiple times if you want, that are just much more demanding, that really push you, would be my preference. Hey Ryan Art, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Welcome. We're just talking about player feedback on my game. I've got a new demo out for Insignia, and players have been giving me tons of feedback for it. So the forum is chockers at the moment. Hey. Welcome. All right. So this is my, I guess what I need to do is start with open issues that are game breaking. That's kind of like the biggest one. I don't think yesterday at 5 p.m. This one I'm not sure about. I'll have to investigate that. This one I think is solved, but I know what I want to do anyway. I'm going to close this now. And then a couple of silly things like the enemy being able to attack you while you're in a cutscene and an infinite falling loop. So, I mean, definitely want to address these. This is so... see you, Ryan Art. Hope you had a good stream. This one's very edge casey, so I might leave it for now. But this one's pretty big. So let's do a couple of... well, I mean, I guess I could just work on them right now. We've got, like, what is it? It's half an hour before the meeting. So I'm pretty sure Morgan won't need much new work, so I don't need to worry too much about the animation catch up. I think she's just like work in progress already. So instead, I'm happy to just jump straight into this, I guess. There's an issue here that the book moth enemy... Hang on, one sec. Getting a message from a client. Okay. Sure. Cool. So, this guy here needs a behavior state that basically says, hey, I can't see the player anymore. Time to go back home to my spawn position. Now, the behavior tree for this is non-existent. It's a really old state machine that I'm pretty sure I don't really want to rewrite, but I might have to. The problem is it's used in the Harriet boss fight in a way that might break how it gets used there if I change it here. So I can either just like edit it and keep going or rewrite it. It's really old. This is one of the oldest scripts in the game. Let's say I really hate this. How is this what it's doing? How is that do fly? That doesn't make any sense. Does it have a state machine? Is there something happening that I'm not seeing here? Interesting. It doesn't have any additional behaviors, so how does it know how to fly? Is it fixed update? Uh-huh. Wow, this is so basic. I can't even change this stuff. I really would love to redo this from scratch. Hey, Knagabert. It is exclusive, but because you're watching, you are able to get to it. So it's... that. And that. Cool. I think that works. Yeah. I'll have to just put this on the to-do list. It's not, my brain's not cooperating right now with it. It's just like, nope, don't want to do it. Yeah. The answer for now, the short answer, is very straightforward. The short answer to this question, to this problem, is remove them. Just don't have them here. And don't have them here for now. There you go. Did I celebrate? Not really. I could also make it so that the NPCs don't interact if there are enemies around. I have this long term, I have this idea of maybe enemies, like NPCs will cower. You know, they'll like hide behind something if there's enemies around, or I don't know. But they did that in Zelda Breath of the Wild. Celebration was like, honestly, it's kind of been a bit of a relief that I got it out. I feel very good about it, but it's also like I have so many tasks to do now. So, yeah, so that's just there. Fast travel cutscene can play multiple times. This one is an interesting one. I'm gonna check that out. So the idea here is we do this, we warp to here. Oops. We turn the music off and we warp back to there. And somebody got the intro cutscene to this, the teleport unlocked here twice. I'm not sure how that happened. After getting the insight from Magnus's workshop, it plays the Crucible Lit / fast travel cutscene. If I teleport to the Orenstead excavation entrance and then back to the workshop, it displays the message and plays the cutscene again. Well, here's what we do. We go to the game system, we go to Scale Unlocked, which is the first one. Then we come here and we play this out. Hey, has anyone who's played both the current demo and the demo from like 6 months ago? Is anyone in chat right now who has played them both? Do you like this like Crucible setup more than the previous one? Where like there are different levels as opposed to them being in the same room? Does this feel better to you? I agree. Like the theming is a bit stronger. You can kind of like craft the space a bit more around the puzzles. There's less convolution. So the person was getting an error here where it was doing... Oh, it does do it. Crucible lit twice. And it's... Huh. That is really interesting. Okay, well, let's look at the criteria for when it would play that. And then we can try to make it exclusive. Equipment tutorial, old workshop tutorial, fast travel explained, teleporter unlocked. It's this one here. Oh yeah, the 2 years ago demo. That, yeah. This one here maybe? Dude, from 2 years ago, totally different.
Tori.
So much of it's the same, but so much of it's different. Just the gameplay takes up less of it. There's just so much less of it. And the dungeon is completely different. There's no ensign system. There's no special abilities. There's a stamina system. You can run out of energy. It's changed a lot. That roll is crazy. Dude, that's too fast. Yeah, we don't have... That's... Morgan is working on that walk animation. There is no updated walk animation for that. That's not a bug. That's just... The game is work in progress. We got a lot of aesthetic feedback in the Discord over the last night, and I'm grateful for it, but I do feel like people are maybe not... maybe we're forgetting this. You know? This screen here, it's like... There's lots of unfinished stuff. Like, it's not... Maybe because so much of it is polished. Like, not all... The tile sets aren't going to be, you know, all perfect. It's fine. It's not like I am... It's good because it's better to have it than to not have it. I'm happy to get to have the feedback, but I just hope people understand. Anyway, so we're trying to solve this problem here of this cutscene. Fast travel, it's the teleporter unlocked. It's this one here, which goes then... Crucible, you may now travel to this and other active sites. That's not it though. It's not that one either. Teleport away sequence, teleport return sequence. There's nothing here. That's interesting. Hey, software artificer. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I get it. I'm not upset about it. It is what it is. Why is this not? There should be. Maybe the teleporter checks after you do that. Unlock fast travel schedule. So it's part of the unlock fast travel factory, which is unlock fast travel. So unlock fast travel schedule. Which is, this must be queued up somewhere in the teleporter. Where do you get referenced? In the teleporter. Okay, so it's here. So when we teleport in, interesting. I did shout him out, didn't I? Didn't I just say hey? 45 streams in a row is crazy. I should probably make more of an effort. So for Artificer, that's insane. 45 streams in a row. That's loyalty. If I had a child, you could babysit them. That's how much I trust you now. All right. So me, I'm on the I mean, we had a stream counter many years ago, and we stopped it at 800. We stopped counting after 800. That was many, many years ago. That was I mean, I stream at 4 days a week and have been for the last, since 2018. So do the math on that and then tell me. And it was 5 days a week for about 4 of those years. Hey Adam, great job. You've been streaming every stream for 8 years now. That's crazy. Okay, so I see. Man, I hate this early return nonsense. What am I doing, bro? If it's not the case, I'll just wrap that knot in this and save that. I hate early returns. Okay, so should unlock fast travel. This condition is not good enough. Teleported in origin room. Oh, I see. But it's, and then it should be from Crucible room. So this is basically check that the last scene entered, the last scene that the game system dot spawn link data is from the is equivalent to the teleporter's link data. That's what I want to do. So link data let's log this before we do anything with it. And this scene is a scene reference. I wonder if that gives us the right thing we want. Doesn't say what it is. We need the dot path. That'll be good. Okay. We don't need this. Okay. So this is what we want. That's perfect. So that's the path that we came from. Which is correct. So this should only unlock the fast travel this time. And then if we teleport away and come back, we will have teleported from a different scene. So if I go here, here, teleport. When we come back, we won't have teleported from the crucible scene. We'll have teleported from the excavation scene. So then going back, this should not say unlocked. Damn it. One more time. Thanks, Ed Conky. So we came from Hedgehog Trial both times. That can't be right. Spawn link is the spawn link data. I know what it is. No, work in progress video game. Visual glitches, essentially all the visual glitches are, none of them are like unknown, pretty much. Like every time something just doesn't look quite right, don't worry about it. I can tell. I mean, it's still worth reporting, but like he doesn't, you know, he goes from like being a black sprite to just standing there. Like it's not intended. I only really like, the thing that's important to me is if it breaks your experience. Like someone said, oh, he teleported into the ground. Like if he's stuck in the ground, I got to fix that. If he sort of like jittered into the ground for like 1 frame, worth reporting, but like I probably know. So the problem here is that we are not reporting when we teleport. Well, technically there is no. Oh wow. Wow. Okay. There is no previous. Yeah. There is last scene meta. Does this get used? Okay. So we could use the GUID of the last scene to do this fast travel check. So it's instead of spawn link, it's scene. It might be, where was it? Game system. Last scene meta. Yes. That's the check I want. So let's go back again. And hot reload makes this really easy. We don't have to rerun the whole thing. We could just keep playing. Yes. Okay. Solved. Yeah. So also, just on that one, that's not game breaking, as far as I know. So this tag is reserved for something that stops you from being able to proceed in the game. If it happens and you can just keep playing, that would be what I would call like a maybe like confusing content or scenario breaking. That's okay. But even scenario breaking is probably not quite right. Maybe we need something for like minor glitch or minor issue, or like just confusing content, really. Maybe confusing content's the right name, but I think confusing content probably needs to be changed. I think we want to call it something like, one sec, pals. Content logic issue. Broken logic. I think broken logic is a good one. Let's call it that. Yeah, I mean, sequence break is a kind of broken logic. Sequence break is more like I can do something outside of the current outside of the expected sequence. Will be solved in 0.8.4 alpha. Or let's say should. Okay. That's noted. This one, it's really unfortunate. I know what it is. I don't know how to solve it yet. So this is, we've fallen and the game has respawned us in a position where we can't actually do anything. So the problem here is that there's a spot right here where if you touch it, I guess you would be considered grounded. And that's how the game knows where you were last safe, is when you were last grounded. So if I go over to that scene, we might be able to replicate this. Oh, we've got a meeting in a sec. I'll reach out to my team. Okay. So this is, have we got combat unlocked here? We should. Game system, combat unlocked. Sweet, so we can play it. Did I intend for it to play with the default input scheme? It doesn't really matter one way or another. The only one that's not, that I know is wrong, is that the game doesn't currently support mouse, but it will let you bind to mouse. So there were some mouse related issues that someone posted that are unfortunately outside of my scope right now, but that, you know, long term, I want to resolve. So this screwed up for Arya, which is strange. Maybe if I hold right. The notice before starting a test asks you to consider the controls. Which tests are we talking about? I meant, like, it's more like the memo wants you to, the memo is saying, do the controls, I guess, in their default settings. Yeah, that answers your question. Yeah, I think so. Mostly it's like control scheme. Like, for example, there was a little bit of criticism from a couple of people with feedback that they didn't like that the A button is a substitute for the shoulder button in the game, and that they would have preferred it was shift. And I don't disagree with that. Like, it's not a bad thing, but the idea beyond that, they were saying they didn't like that you had to hold a button at all to do the abilities. So that's also a controls thing. That's not necessarily about the bindings. It's more about like how the game works, you know? that there is 2 buttons you have to press simultaneously to do an ability. Yeah, this is something that like I have had this interaction with 50% of players since I started working on this game. 50% of people go, no WASD, huh? Arrow keys, and that's fine. That's I guess that's gaming post 2011. But before that, a lot of PC games is like arrow keys is how you play them. So that's okay. I mean, I will provide. There's like a whole UI input over key input overhaul that's coming, because the current system, it's wrong. Like it's not a good system for how I bind the keys, because right now all of the inputs are only bound back to gamepad buttons. So that's not how it should be. It should be that the inputs are bound to functions, not buttons. So like escape should always go exit a menu, but right now enter exits and enters a menu because the enter key is the start button on a controller. That's why that's the case. I know a lot of people are like, why doesn't escape work? It's like, well, because then escape would have to be open menu as well. Because right now, the inputs are bound to gamepad buttons. So there's a full overhaul coming for input that just needs to be, it just needs a revision. It's not something that I can, I can't solve it right now without causing other problems. Yeah. I'm aware of it. It's still worth reporting because it creates urgency for me to fix it. But I can't fix it right now. It's just not my priority. I also have this thing of like, I kind of don't, like, I get it that you have a way that you like to play games or whatever, but like, this is my game. And my game asks you to do things that might not be the same as in other games anyway. So why not just learn to play the game the way it's designed to be played? Because that's how I can guarantee you that you're going to be able to play it. You know what I mean? Like properly. Like, do you know what I mean? That's it's not what I think. It's not how I feel, but it's like part of me feels that way. Because like, you know, yeah. Can you attack this from the right side rather than going from left back to right a bit to try and trigger it? But like the problem is really that this is, Arya probably got caught on this little edge. You seem to like a lot, huh? Maybe. I'm a little tired today, so my speech is not great. I need to get some caffeine in me. Let's come back in a sec. So, am I going to use the new input system, says Tony Chopper on YouTube? Likely, yeah, I might. Or just Rewired, which I'm currently using. It's just that it's like there's Rewired, which captures the inputs, or the new Unity input system is like equivalent to that. And then there is the Insignia binding system, which connects to everything, which needs to get updated. And it's actually that probably needs to get changed. Hey, Catchy Mike. Thank you so much. You probably can notice that I'm a bit on edge today. I've been like non-stop on this demo since like September, while also trying to balance like everything else, like chapter 2 that we're working on, and also a contract job, and also the rest of my life. So yeah, I'm pretty, burnout is not far from where I am right now. Pardon me. Yeah, it's like launching the demo feels great, but then there is an extra bunch of work to resolve all the feedback so that the demo can be stable. That I am, still I'm in the middle of, All right, I've got a meeting right now. We're going to catch up with Morgan. Thank you, Catchy Mike. That's a really nice of you to say. I'm just waiting on Morgan to show up. Hey, Robbie Brucci. Look, it does feel good. What I will say is it does feel really good to be at this point. Like there was a real fear before today, before this week, that I had in my mind from the last demo and every demo before that like, hey, what if I'm not heading in the right direction and this demo doesn't test any better than the previous one? All this work that I'm doing, is it actually heading towards a game that people are going to enjoy playing? And I think the answer is now, like, yes, people are really starting to respond well to the things that I want the game to be good at, and the things that they aren't responding well to are not aspects of the game's promise. It's not aspects of like what the game is. It's more just like minor aspects of how it currently functions that just need a bit more attention. It's not like this game's boring. It's like, oh, this was a little too easy. Or, yeah. I'm like still kind of like I'm in like a weird disbelief period where like I don't it's hard for me to believe people like it, even though I like it. And the thing is, I know what I would do. Hang on one sec. I think we lost Morgan. Like for me, I'm like, oh, dude, the writing could be so much better. There could be so much more content to collect, and there could be there could be like 2 new enemies that would be much better encounters. The background art in some of the places could be much tighter. It's like there's so much that I think I could make better, that will be better by the time the game releases. But that, yeah, there's even like systems, little systems. Oh, hello. Hello.
Sorry.
Hang on. Hey, I think you're. Let me crank the volume up. Could you say something?
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, much better. Hey.
Hi. Sorry, my mic can retract, and I like to keep it out of the way usually.
Cool. like cat claws.
Yeah,
Sick.
exactly like that.
So
I did make a GIF so that you can have a squiz.
Cool.
Where is he? There you go.
Nice. Okay, I think I can show this on screen. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Yeah, nice. So like the pose is already pretty close. The handshake is good. I think what I want to see now is maybe just like a little bit. If this is going to be so minor, I mean, I could probably do it myself at this point, but like if the front leg was a little bit more forward, and maybe the back arm have a little bit of shaking going on as well, not as much, but just like I want his body to shift a little bit with his like elbow, basically.
Yeah, now
Like-
that I've had like a little bit of time away from it and have come back, totally agree.
Yeah, it's not a lot, just like a little subtle stuff, even like a little bit of hair bounce too, that just makes it
Tiny,
feel like his
weight shift.
yeah, a little bit, but it's really good otherwise. It's not one that should take too long. And do you have any progress on the walk, or is that to come?
I've got a tiny bit. A lot of it has just been seeing what I can salvage from the original. So I've gone back over it, sort of like redone the palette a bit.
Yep.
But yeah, it's pretty rough at the moment.
All right, no worries. No rush to get any like whip progress on that. Happy for you to just churn away at it.
No worries.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a head at the moment.
That's all good. Cool. Well, that's all. I don't need any more from you.
Alrighty. Any other stuff you wanted me to just start thinking about?
There was at least one other emote I wanted from Armin, but I'm kind of it's completely blanking on me right now. So I'll get back to you. But if
no worries.
if you're still working on those, you're all good.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Morgan.
Alrighty. Good chat.
Have a great rest of your week.
Yeah, you too.
See ya.
Peace.
Cool. Vatrodox says, why is it called Team Insignia and not Team Up on Hill? The reason is because the team only works on Insignia. They don't work on any other Up on Hill related stuff. And they're not employees of Up on Hill either. They are just the team at Up on Hill that works on Insignia. Well, yeah. So if I was to have a Team Up on Hill Discord, that would have to include all the mods for Indie Tales, probably include Swizz. It'd probably include anyone else that I worked with on any other projects. Well, yeah, I mean, Up on Hill technically launched a game for a museum last year, but none of the team who works on Insignia touched it. Like, they didn't have anything to do with it. Okay. So, this is... I couldn't reproduce this very easily, which is unfortunate. It has to be something like... Oh, man. It's going to be so hard. Yeah, just on that last point about, like, Catchy Mike was saying. Yeah, it's genuinely a lot, but I'm very heartened by the feedback so far. And I know, like, I just needed a bit more confidence that my sense of North is still good, and I think it is. My attention's been split so much in the last 6 months, not just thinking about what's good game design for this game, but also like what makes good business sense in terms of where my effort should be, what I outsource, how I receive and manage funding for the game. There's so many other like business related concerns that creep in and pollute the conversation in my mind about like just making the game fun, that when I release something like this, the choices for what's there and what's not and why it took so long to ship this they've been really brewing in my mind a lot of like, should I have released a more rough version of this exact demo 3 months ago? It's very hard to say yes or no to that. I don't really know. I don't think I could have. But the question of like being able to turn around and deliver aspects of the game sooner, that's such a high priority for me right now. It's the most important thing for this game. More important than it being good is it being finished at this point. I mean, assuming that finishing it is going to make it assuming that we just do what we've been doing, it will be good. You know, that's the mantra that I need to be able to be confident with, of like, hey, it's already good. It's already heading towards good. So just do more content and worry about fixing that content when it's in, rather than fixing the game and then making the content. Yeah. It's just like there's so much risk involved because I want it to be successful financially. I want it to be a good title that people, receive critically in a positive way, and also are prepared to, pay for the game. And that is a very different thing than just like finishing a project. So, it's all complicated, but I'm balancing it, I think. So like last safe, where is it safe? Surely it's safe here, right? I think I had like last safe position or last grounded. Last ground pause. This must be it. Yes. Last ground pause. So when does this get set? Probably it's right here. Okay. Thank you so much for the sub, Catchy Mike. Yeah, it's like, as a person, sorry, just going to keep doing this for a bit. As a person, you go through life for maybe the first 20, even if you work in a company, your whole life can be set up in such a way where all of the expectations put upon you are designed to be achievable. You know, you go through school, you get given assignments that you can do, you're expected to be able to do. You know, you go to university, same thing. You go to work, you get assigned jobs that are supposed to be within your skill range. And when they're not, you blame the person who assigned you the task. You blame your boss or your teacher, or you say, this was a poorly designed task. When you set out to make something and you're running your own business, the customer, the player, they're the ones who set those expectations, or creatively you set those expectations. But the creative or like the marketable expectations has no relationship to your ability. Like that's just not the same thing. You know, it could be that there is no way to make the game I want to make solo. I mean, I believe there wasn't a way to make the game that Insignia is solo and release it and have it be successful. Like I just didn't have the means to do that. But that was the goal that I set inadvertently over time. And so there is this mental shift you have to make, I think, when you run your own business of like, hang on, I'm able to set goals that I can't reach. I'm able to set bad goals that I shouldn't feel bad about not reaching. I should feel bad about setting them. And when it comes to games and anything in the market, not only is it extremely complicated, it's also like there's no formula because the market shifts. And, you know, especially doing something for the first time, how are you supposed to know how long something's going to take or what's involved or what could go wrong? Yeah. Hey, Lazy Guru, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. 81 months. Holy moly. That's many years at this point. Almost 7. Hey, thanks for gifting that sub to Vectrodox, anonymous gifter. So, you know, I started working on the world of Insignia in 2014. I started developing the game in 2016, but I was doing a couple of weeks a month. No, a couple of hours a week. There you go. Back in 2016, I committed to making the game in 2017. So, you know, like this Unity project was created in 2016 in October, I think. And I committed to doing content creation and making games like full time in February of 2017, starting with this game. So there's a question here around, we can try to solve this. I'm not sure how easy it'll be. Yeah, almost 10 years. So if the Ground Collider is not a moving platform, and let's do this, assign last, set last ground position. It's a really important script, this function. Hey Mojo Jojo, how do you approach pitching a game? I've got a video on pitching on my main channel at Adam C. Eunice, Mojo Jojo. Go check that one out. It's called Pitching to 9 Publishers in One Day. There's a lot of material about pitching in that video. Hey, Arekijin, thank you so much. I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying. I know I'm not always great, and I'm not always right, but I'm doing my best here. All right. Bull is on moving platform. Hey, Catchy Mike, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for gifting those subs. So, if we are not on a moving platform and get ground safety, this is an interesting one. Let's have a look and see what it says. So, the direction is the direction we're facing. And we're saying, hey, draw me a line and make sure we don't get any... I don't really like this. Oh, hey, Swizz, thank you so much for gifting those subs. 5 gifted subs from Swizz to the community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We hit that hype train. So what this probably should be is something like checking all of the foot points. Like is grounded middle would be great. That's probably enough. Or even just is grounded. You know, maybe that's enough. Grounded equals is grounded. So like, why not just say like end grounded? I mean, I'm always doing... Where's Pirate Software's mod to keep the hype train going? Do they do that? Do they manipulate the hype trains? I wasn't aware they did that. That sounds like... Hey, Eyes, thank you so much. Thanks for the subs. Allegedly, right? I don't... Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pass judgment. So is grounded for each return true if has ground collider, has wall, has safe ground. Else. What is plat here? Platform. And then the first ground collider that you found. At ground rec min. Left, right. It needs to be more than this. I think it probably should be the medium one. Is grounded middle. I think that's better. Let's see if it works. Thanks, everyone. Level 4, let's go. All right. So what we just, at least what we can check here is whether or not the center of Armin is touching the ground. I mean, that seems good to me. There's no way I'm going to be able to test this properly, So I'm just gonna say like trying an alternate solution and then just moving on. There's literally no way I can test this, unfortunately. You know, maybe if I spam, we can, I don't know. I've addressed it, but this just needs further testing, really. Hey, Artificer, thank you so much for gifting those subs. Thank you, thank you. Addressed in upcoming patch 0.8.4 alpha, but we'll need to validate properly before closing this. Okay, do I have a meeting right now, or is that in an hour? I have a meeting right now with Squiggy Things. Yo, Squiggy, you there? We probably do have enough material to cover to be in a meeting, a proper meeting. Let me check. Thanks everybody for your subs. I really appreciate it. If anyone does want to support what we're making more long term, you are very welcome to become a patron on Patreon. Long term, like there was a bit of a plan, or like a concept of a plan to maybe do some sort of like exclusive content just for patrons, like special testing tracks in the demo that only patrons could access. So right now, that's not really the current plan. Just because there's not enough content to support that, and there aren't enough patrons to warrant exclusivity, and like I need your feedback, so there's no point gating it. You know what I mean? Behind some sort of a paywall. But you know, long term, if we're doing more frequent ones, maybe it would be worth it. Okay, I'll spin up a meeting. One sec. We're going to do sound effect meeting right now. This is for SFX meeting. Okay. Just a spot chat. Just a moment. Just a quick spell. Oh, Swizz, thank you so much for those gifted subs. 5 more gifted subs. Thank you. Hey, here he is. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
You know, lots of feedback to process. But, you know, just getting there. It's not too bad. Shall we chat about sound effects?
Yes, I pushed a bunch. I think you saw them.
Yeah.
I think you've merged them in. But yeah, a bunch of fixes for chapter 1.
Mhm.
Sound effects.
Yeah, I heard your the node turning on sound in the map. That sounds really good. I didn't expect you to do a custom one for it, but sounds great.
Thanks.
I'm not sure. I guess I should probably look a bit more closely at the commit messages. So, or do you want to take me through anything specific that I mightn't have seen in just casual playthroughs that you've worked on or that you need approval on?
There's the, what's it called? Enemy spawn in sound effects.
Yes.
Those are
They're in?
Yeah.
Ah, sweet. You know what? I've probably been hearing them because I think I literally was playing the game not long ago. Like just now. Let's have a look. I hope I brought them in. I love the skid. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do for now. It's good.
Sweet.
Yeah, no complaints there. I think maybe like once there's a bit more of a visual to it, there might, I might have other things to say about, hey, let's make it feel more like this or like that. But absent of that stuff, like what else could, like you've done a good job. So
For sure, yeah.
I'll probably just even keep it and map the visual to what you've done. It's good. Okay. And then I had some stuff in the production side that you probably already got through at this point. So enemy spawn sound, that's now, we can move that over here. Enemy thud sound, have we got any update on this?
Yeah, that's in. We're just reusing a different existing sound for that.
Yep. Let me have a listen. Yeah, perfect. Doesn't need to be anything more than that. Sweet. Thank you for that. And I think I saw something about a boss. Is there a boss end sound that got added? Or am I making things up?
Oh yeah, there is. I had made it a long time ago, but I think I'd never implemented it.
Right.
So
actually, is it also playing in the Hunden one?
I think it should be.
Okay, we'll give it
It's
a
on
go.
that shared component, right?
Let's have a look. People in the feedback forum said this was too easy, so I'm going to have to make it harder. I guess I shouldn't make it harder.
I'm like really bad at combat games in general, but
yeah, he hits really hard. I probably should make him hit hard would be better against the player. I don't think anything played then, but I don't know if it's counted as music.
I don't think it is, but I'll take a look at that.
We can try it out in the Harriet scene as well.
Because it could also be something that was ended up getting lost in like merge translation.
Yeah, was there, I'm not, I think I pulled in all your commits from yesterday, but I also don't know.
There was something I had to do pulling in from development. I think maybe it was like there were some merge conflicts that I had to resolve that I might have missed it. My bad.
Nice. Yeah, that's the sound. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I remember it being as well. So I think we'll just I mean, I'm happy for you to take a look at how we can get it playing in the mini boss fight, but it would be trivial.
Yeah, I think it might be that I just forgot to assign it in the inspector.
Right.
like
It's
like
always-
90%.
Sure. Okay. So these are. I did note when I was playing in the build that the sound you mentioned last time we looked at this stuff that you thought you were like, does it sound like there's a filter? And at the time I was like, I don't know, it just sounds quiet. But then playing it yesterday on the build, I was like, oh no, it does sound like it's being filtered a little bit. So I do think that was just me not pulling in a commit that you have pulled, but
Yeah, this one I ended up. It's actually, it's funny that you say that, because it ended up not being what I thought it was.
oh, okay.
It ended up being, there's code in there to pause the game sound effects when the game is paused, like literally pause all of the audio stream, and it was never getting unpaused when you quit
Oh,
the main menu.
I see.
Because it would fix itself when you unpaused the game, and it would play all of the missing sound effects like all at once.
Oh, somebody said something about hearing a weird sound at one point. I don't know if that's linked to that, but that's interesting. Is there, so I have I guess the way that you're handling that right now is, because I think I've seen it or like something like it, where you basically for the right now you are accelerating the speed when the spacebar is held by checking if spacebar is held and then changing the speed, and then when you're listening for the like spacebar up event to like bring it back down to like normal speed. I'm imagining you're doing something similar for this, where it's like there's like an event you're looking for that's just turning it off, and then sometime later you're listening for something that would just turn it back on, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, I had it hooked into the engine.pause, but then when you exit out to the main scene, the engine is destroyed and it never never calls that. So I just added that in so
Yeah.
that when it's just unpauses it.
There is another way of handling this that I do for a lot of other things in the game that have this kind of behavior, where I have like the thing that is the default. So like in this case, it would be like SFX mix. And you would have that like set to this value, up. And then I have like essentially like a list or a stack of things that are inhibiting it from being what it wants to be, that have their own, I guess, mix on it. So each of these things would have like a different setting. And based on how many things are inhibiting, the top one is the one that would be, the one that we're listening to. Could be down or it could be up or whatever. In this case, it wouldn't be so much that we would have these. It's more just that the mix, I guess what's the question here? We need it to not, like if the game is paused, this goes down to here, right? So it would be something like you're just checking to see if there's something occupying this that's trying to affect the state of this. And if nothing is in there, you just always set it to what it wants to be. So rather than like, waiting for something to tell you to turn it back on,
Just always listening.
It's always listening. Yeah. That's not like, we don't have to do that for this. It's just something that as you described how it's working. That's one way we could approach solving that, is just always be checking. But yeah, I wouldn't say you have to do that for now. It's just, yeah, if it ends up being something that comes up more than once. Yeah.
For sure.
Cool. So that all sounds really good. And you've been really good about getting to that stuff pretty quickly. So I'll put these in. I guess I'll just make sure that they're in the most recent build and everything works as expected. This stuff. This is me lifting. No, that's me. Haven't done that yet. I didn't pick up code. Haven't done that yet. Haven't done that yet. So that's just all for me to do. And then does that put us just back to chapter 2 stuff? I guess that's it. I haven't really. I don't think you've got anything left on your to-do list, right?
Yeah, I think that's everything from chapter 1.
Sweet.
At least all like the urgent stuff.
Yeah. I think I was thinking to myself today that any time that I have you or anybody working on chapter 1 content, it's kind of like dead time in terms of like the release timeline for the game. So better to put you on chapter 2 anyway. Now, how am I going to get you something to work on that needs doing that's not been done yet on chapter 2? Let's have a quick review. That's all good. This is already done. Where did we leave this conversation? The ambience tracks. Are we still, I think those were all pretty good, right?
Yeah, I think Cheverton there's something to revisit, but it was waiting on like further fleshing out or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think, well, Morgan's working on this right now. So like the music for this track. And my feedback for her was that I just want, will be that I want a bit more density in the composition. I don't know how that will relate to this. I guess maybe I was waiting for voices just to see like whether we fill out the space with more like ambient sound effects or from the music composition, maybe something like that. I don't think it's not super priority right now though. Instead, let's have a look. The other aspects of this were mostly to do with, we had a Foley library we were looking at, but I think keeping that all on demand is probably better than just making a bunch of sound effects. Meaning that we basically have the cutscene backlog, which is stuff that's fully bottlenecked by me. Like I literally have to like just make sure there's at least 5 or 6 of these that we have in the pipeline that I can start creating scopes of work for the team for. And then, dude, I think that's it for chapter 2. I really don't, like, in the meantime, I don't think I have anything off the top that makes sense to like occupy your time with that's in this chapter. Not that there will be more work, but yeah, I just don't have anything coming to my mind at the moment. So that'll be my job for this weekend, I think, is just to get the scenario in a place where I can at least see exactly what sound effects we need. Certainly like the boss fight here between Armin and these two will be a good one. But yeah, that's in no state yet for sound effects. So what else? I mean, do you want to, are you in a position where like for the rest of the week you want things to do? I could probably sneak outside of sound effect land if there's anything, if you're desperate, but happy to pick things up on Monday.
I guess I know you're busy. Is there anything that like you're kind of secretly hoping would be?
No, I mean, it just came to my mind now that like, you know, there's probably a fair bit of stuff in the feedback in the forums that you probably are qualified to help me address. But that's not like expectations or anything. It's more just like, hey, like if we're just trying to knock out the work and anything goes, that would be my next thought.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind taking a look.
Okay.
If it,
Well, that's probably still going to take me a little while. Like it might be like my end of day today before I have a little list of things that I would entrust you with, just because some of this stuff is just completely. Wait 1 second. Hey, we just got a raid from Captain Krabs. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hope your stream went well. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to like saddle you with stuff that's like way outside of sound effect land or like requires any kind of like major refactoring of systems. It's more just like maybe little things if I can find any. So yeah, how does that sound? If I can give you a handful, I will. Otherwise, like happy for you to sit tight till Monday.
yeah, of course. Sounds good.
All right. Okay. Well, amazing work as usual, Elias. You have I
Thank
have
you.
some good news for you.
Oh,
Yeah, check this out. We got feedback from the demo so far, and that's your rating for sound design. You got all 5 out of 5s,
oh.
full marks. So you can put that on your wall next to your university degree.
Yeah. Thank you to those 6 people.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. Well, I'll catch you soon. Thanks, Elias.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
Cool. There was actually one more thing that we didn't mention, which I probably could have brought up, which was the Sting conversations that we were having over at the start of the week. If you're still here, Squiggy, I think we got to pause that anyway because Morgan's first pass on it is probably we'll take precedent, but we'll prescience. No. We'll take priority? I guess just priority. Alrighty. Yeah, the Stings. Well, I'm so like, dude, I'm so scatterbrained. Yeah. That's like if you wanna like play with that stuff, I'm happy for you to. Morgan churned something out within half an hour or like an hour of us having that meeting, and it's pretty good, but it doesn't have any sound effect aspect to it. So actually, I mean, we've got the boss end sting, and that's great. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all we need for the sound effects. If that plays in the mini boss, and we've got her doing custom compositions and like ending stings for each of the tracks, that's probably fine. So yeah, I won't yeah, we can leave that where it is for now. Cool. Okay, so we have another hour before our next meeting, which means we can get back to solving some stuff here. I will... I guess we got to go back to the forum and have a look. So it's really just anything that is scenario breaking is the next priority. I'd love to fix this stuff. Yeah. That'll be great. Okay, so this is updates ground safety feature with hopefully more robust checking, fewer false positives. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm going to be back in about 3 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick break and we'll resume. We're back. Okay. So. Next thing on the list was when I teleport, after the flame disappears, but before the scene changes, I can jump and attack. There are many things in the game where this happens, where during what should be a scene transition, the player has input control. So, we can solve this with the pattern that I was describing to Elias earlier. So I have a thing called like inhibitors. And anytime there's like a play, like an inhibitor, player interaction should not be possible. So I believe that is just the global schedule. That's currently doing that, or at least it should be. So this should be something like oh, okay, it's not. Let's go look at Armin. Self-control. Add effector. 38 references. Let's see where we use them. Oh, sorry, chat. Knock the camera. All right. I wish I could get these in a view that was a bit better. Is there a way? Like, I want to see these. Like here, maybe. Ah, there it is. Sweet. F12. What was it? It was final reference was Shift Alt F12. I'll have to remember that one. Okay. So that's fine. When is this? Scene take control. Yeah, I don't like that anymore. Item behold slot. Don't add effector. We'll have to see. There's a few things here I need to be careful of. Okay. Contexts. That's fine. The context system always blocks player input. Ride, platform, state, enemy, grab, launchability, eat, design, lockup, game time. That's if it's 0, right? No, that's just the time control, not player control. Item craft sequence, forge manager, door, objects done, elevator, cargo, sequence player. Does it here, but only on take control. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I wonder, I mean, like, oh, get out of here. Let's have a look at the context that we're talking about. So it's pretty much here, and it's during this moment. Okay, so global schedule, when we fire it up, right now there's nothing in it. Very good. When I press play, Discover Workshop sign is on, nothing. So the global schedule is not being used when we do that. But what probably should happen is anytime the game transitions, so game system, anytime we're doing anything that would transition the scene, we should be locking the player out of interaction. The player's going to get recycled anyway when they leave the scene. So we could just add it without even removing it. But for now, load scene. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. I mean, that's very... There's no way I would want the player to be able to control the input during a load scene transition. So that's fine. There is a scene load state. Called a load scene state. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's really just calling load scene anyway. I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with saying we should never, ever, ever be able to control the player during these. So let's just say if engine.player character is not null, then engine.player character.self-awareness.add self-control control.add effector. And I don't think... What is this? Oh, anything can be the key for the control hash? No. What is it? Character self-control is a control hash of anything. System.object. Wow. Okay, sure. Okay. Well then. And then bool, in this instance, is this has a default value. We don't need to pass that default value. We could just do nothing and it'll do it. So then, after we finish doing this, I would say it's here that we would want to remove the effector. If it exists. Probably don't need this, but just in case. Okay, let's see if it works. Listen. Couldn't do anything then. I couldn't attack or... Okay. Sweet. No problems there as far as I could tell. Let's try just somewhere else in the game. Can't move around there. Great. Cool. Okay. Good. I think that passes my test. I mean, it's pretty harmless, the thing we just added, because all it does is stops player input. During a scene transition. The player gets recycled, like they get deleted anyway. So it's not really something that's worth worrying about. I think I'm just good. I think I'm good for that. I don't need to worry about it too much. Blocks, player input, on scene transition. Actually, though, there's one other aspect to this which I didn't fix, which is that when we are transitioning, you can pause the game, which you should not be able to do. So the ability to pause the game is something that happens when we go to the context system has push context, and push context happens when we try to open a menu. The rose is a single item in the game. I don't know what you're talking about, Ice. You've got to push more context. Testing UI modal, merchant menu, feather menu. It's more like how when I pause the game, handle open menu input. Someone thought you could get a rose from a bush. You can get a rose from a bush. Okay, handle menu open input. If input config.get input down start, and then this is the thing that it's doing here. And it's either going to open this or that. And this happens when? Happens if we have a permitted context. Okay. Yeah, there's actually 3 roses. That's what the cutscene is. And each of them come from rose bushes. This might be harder than originally, like it might have first seemed. So when are you not allowed to pause the game? I guess specifically during a scene transition, that would be the one of the big ones. So like, so this is true when we're here, and it's false after we finish. I mean, I think that's pretty good. So we can, whoa. So I think we can just use that as part of this here. Cool. Perfect. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. When does this become true? But surely it starts to fade out. How? Where does this get called from? The door. This is the fade out here, and then there's a wait for a certain amount of time. The thing is, it doesn't need this anymore. It already has the ability to wait. Here. Which means I could take this away. And even this. Hang on, we might need to... This might not like being an I enumerator if it's just void. If there's no wait, let's compile it, see what happens. Right, so it goes black completely. There's also this fade out, which needs to kind of happen anyway, if it's an internal door. But maybe we put that here. I probably shouldn't be doing this right now. I think I'm kicking the hornet's nest a little bit here. I'm poking the bear. When we load scene with this, we should be system faded of fade out time, and time is there and time is there. So if I go here and I run this, that's got a time of 0. Okay, well. Aha, it must be this. I see. Oh, in that case, we probably don't need to worry about this at all. Probably can just do this and it'll just work. Sweet, and you can't pause. Oh, so good. Yeah, a lot of the logic here was designed for something that doesn't really happen anymore. It doesn't need to happen. Like, I think this fade out is completely superfluous now. Yeah, you don't need it anymore because the scene fades out on its own. Robin. Drink something. Okay. So crossfade the audio. I don't even know if this is the thing that needs to happen anymore. Is this a thing? Doesn't matter. This is fine. 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 Okay, it's all good. That's a good function. Okay. So now we can say on transitions between scenes. Cool. I think we can push that. Let's just double check there's nothing weird. I don't think there's ever a time when the menu is open and we transition between scenes. Let's try the one over here. Do that. But then once this happens, it's fading out. I can't pause it anymore. Great, that's perfect. Are saves going to be kept between updates? Saves should be fine to be kept between updates, yeah. They shouldn't break. As long as I'm not adding any content. And even if I do, I think it's mostly fine. The save files used to be binary formatted, which was a problem. Now they're just JSON data, and I think that my save load system will auto-populate empty flags to null if you don't have them. Sorry, null flags to false if you don't have them. So like if content gets added that you haven't got in your save file, it should just say that you haven't done it rather than being confused to why it doesn't exist. If I make a change that's like changes how the game works, then maybe the save files will be broken, but they're not gonna not work, they'll just be awkward. Like if you have to go here before going there, but you've already gone there in your, save file, then going here first is not going to be something that makes sense. So you might have like a busted save file, but it'll still function. Okay. Sweet. I will say that I address this. I think probably not. Yeah. I mean, you can test, but yeah, actually it's fine. The thing that I'm a little concerned about is I noticed yesterday, there's nothing stopping people from reporting bugs on old versions. So I've tried here having, if I take the filters off, this at the top, pinned to the top with the version, and you can see inside of the preview it says, note, please check the title matches the game version. Because if someone starts posting bugs today on a demo they downloaded 2 days ago, it's going to be a problem. This was where the web version was quite good because you couldn't play the game without playing the most recent version. I could have some kind of online check where the game just checks to see what the most recent version is, and then if the server says that it's different to what it is, it goes, hey, actually, you shouldn't play this version. Go download it instead. We'll see. Right now, the community's small enough that it's not a huge issue. I know, but it's just like it might accumulate as time goes on, the more people are providing feedback. I think somebody, yeah, here. That's it. This is one that I probably could fix. Yeah. Cutscene menu. So first of all, floating dialogue is when? Floating dialogue is on 110. Cutscene menu is on 102. Okay, well, it should go on like 112 then, or even just 200. Good. Good so far. Well, that's not perfect, is it? Text Mesh Pro, which is, we got our canvas. We don't have a fader for this, do we? When we context push menu dot on open add listener on open. Hang on. When I open this menu, that's fine there, but then this pushes context. And I think push context has a layer that we can choose. No. So what fades when we do this? Dim to menu, which, oh, I hate this so much. Okay. So the problem here is that when we have dialogue, that lives in the UI at a layer that's quite forward. If I pause the game, the text is in front, but the background fade is not. And that background fade is borrowed from somewhere else. So it might be this scene fader. Nope. turn that off. Try again. Let's just go fader. So basically, is it the settings fader? No. Is it the scene fader? No. Is it the mid fader? No. Is it the menu fader? Yes. Okay, so the menu fader is only at UI 90. I guess I could have a thing called like, I could just have a cutscene fader or something specific that just lives on the cutscene menu. Easy fix for now. Okay. This canvas is going to be I mean 640 by 360 is the supported size, but I'll make it. Oh, that's not good. That's weird. No, it's not. Okay, 640 by 360 is the supported size. It could technically be bigger than that, actually, though. So 960 by 540, maybe. This is where you would never, ever, ever do this. You would never do this. But I have to do it. Yeah, I'm drinking fumes right now. I'm huffing vibes. Pardon me. I guess the better way to do this would be to put a fader on this whole thing and a group. On the whole thing as well. Okay, so cutscene menu, unfortunately public fader, and then when we, I hate this, going back to here, there's a better way to do this now because there's too much variability. If menu to open, equals cutscene menu. It's so dumb. The better way to do this would just be to do this, right? If we're in a cutscene, cutscene menu to open. Open menu. False, I think is what we do here, or we... No. Oh, geez. True, false. Because the fade is the second one. Okay. And then it's just else. And then it's... Yeah, just like that. And then this can go. And that's fine. Okay. Jesus. And then, on the cutscene menu, we want this fader to be used. So on open, fade it up, fade in. Well, let's call it %. And just say fade to fade val. On open, and then we have it on close. Maybe we could just track on close. That way we don't need that. Cool. Hey, Krasner. It has been helpful, yeah. Somebody asked how did I like the feedback so far a little while ago, and I didn't answer them. At least I don't think I answered them correctly. I think it's been good. I've been pretty happy with it. Like the amount of feedback is great. So many of you are providing really useful notes. And we've got 7 people who have played the game all the way through already, or the demo all the way through, which is awesome, and provided feedback on that. I think we're gonna get that number up. If I can get that number to 20 people who have finished it, I think that's a really good. That's a good place to be in terms of assessing the feedback, or assessing the demo based on the feedback. So let's now have a look at this. Huh? I'm sorry, what? It's perfect. It's beautiful. Why is this scaled at anything other than 1 by 1? Does this have a scale? Local scale. That's weird. Okay, well, we can fix that. We'll just put the fader, pardon me, put the fader on the background rather than on anything else. Perfect. Also, like, I feel like the time scale should stop. You know what I mean? Cutscene. Wait a second. Okay, that sets the time scale. What calls pause? When we open the menu. Ah, right there. Oh, but that was true false, right? I called that specifically. Where is... Where are you? True, false. True being pause, right? So that must mean that the dialogue advances during the time. Yeah, it's unscaled. Really, really tricky. It should have to be, I think it's time.gametime. Gametime.time, I think is probably the way we want to do it. But there are times when the game is paused, when we need this to advance, despite the game being paused because it's a tutorial. Oh damn, that's really tough. I can't solve this right now. It's got to be the way it is. Okay. Makes cutscene menu overlay dialogue correctly. Okay. I wish there was a way to mass unfollow posts, because I have to do this constantly. I guess there's a way to... Nope. That's correct. I mean, they're still going to be there. It just means I don't get notified when people message in them. This is not super helpful to do it this way. Because it means I can't differentiate between each of these problems. Though I understand it's probably the most effective way to list your feedback. this conversation, I it's like a delight and a frustration to me that I keep getting feedback on this, because I know I'm not there yet, but I also, my impulse is to be so defensive about this. Like, I'm I've seen people do it who have never played the game in their lives before, sit down and figure it out first try. I've seen it happen. I've watched players just get it. And I don't want to remove it because I like it. So instead, it must be that there's some kind of visibility UX issue. It's kind of, the problem with it is, it's almost foundational to like what the game is. Like, if I can't have this be perceived as a puzzle, something about the game across the whole game needs to be changed. If you can't tell what to do here, I need to change something about like, not the whole game, but like the palette of how the game presents problems and the floor for how much information it gives you needs to be raised. And that is it's not a small thing. So my brain is like, tell them it's their fault, so you don't have to change it. Because for me, I can do this. Not only can I do it without looking, I can do it multiple times without looking. Like, I can, let's just try it here. Like, I can do it this way. Hang on one sec. I can do it. One sec. I'll close my eyes like this. I won't have to turn my head so far. I know that worked. I'll do it again. Ready? Jump. This time I'll do it this way, and then I'll do it this way. And that worked too. Now I'll do it back the first time. And that worked. Like, my eyes are closed. I know it's not hard, because I don't need to even see the screen to do it. But I also know that, like, people don't know how to do it. So, you know. Like, I could probably take this controller and walk out of the room and do it. Again, like, yeah. Can the wooden panel on the right be moved upwards? I do think that's actually a very good suggestion. I've been thinking about that today as well. I want to do it. Just to make it more... What I think it's not doing is it's kind of saying, hey, all of this is valid, but it's not all valid. Like, that and that can go, and that could probably go up. That's probably better for indicating that it's like where the correct space is. That's so interesting to me. Because it's not, I mean, I guess I know I've played the game a lot, you know, but like, it seems like it's one of those, it's too close to make, so I think I can't make it. It's too close to make. It's not that, I mean, like, the overlap is not... I don't know. Can I show you what I'm doing with my fingers? This is for keyboard. like you guys type on computers, right? So like my hand is going, there's a finger here. This is my ring finger. And then the next finger over is my middle finger, which is doing that. And then the other one's index is just chilling out and the thumb is over here. And then my pinky is over here. So I'm just going 1, 2, just like, doo-doo. That's it. I'm just going doo-doo with these 2 fingers. Doo-doo. You know, like, you know, that's all I'm doing. Yeah, maybe I've just done it for so. I mean, obviously it's me. It's me being the guy who developed this game, you know? But I also like, I mean, if that was Shift, you know? But it's not WS, because WS, you would be using the same finger. Anyway. Yeah, the thing is, like, the UX designer in me knows that, how do I put it? The complication, there's a tension here. So far, other ones have let you hold the modifier down. Yeah, but if you're holding like a controller, right, then it's also just like the like, is that hard to do? Like to just release it as, like, holding this down it's a big commitment if you're going to hold it down and push these buttons. You can't just, like, in fighting games, it's called like pianoing, you know, just like as one mental motion, just go did it and let it go. Like, don't hold it, just press it. Because here's the thing, downstream from this conversation is the rest of the game. So the problem is that either, if the problem is, hey Adam, it's too complicated for players to do a quick tap of this and then a face button, if that's too hard, if that's too much to ask, all of the design space of the game is too hard. Like, all of the puzzles beyond chapter 1, maybe like 30% of the game's puzzle content, like puzzle platforming content, will be too hard for you. This is the skill check. Like, if you can't press this button and then one of these buttons as like in the mix, I have to make all of the puzzles much more boring. So, and I'm interested in those puzzles, and I think there is a subset of players who would also be interested in those puzzles, but I don't want to alienate, like, you know, 60% or even 30% of people who would otherwise enjoy the game. So someone was like, oh, why don't you bind the magic buttons to a different button? And it's possible. like I could swap it so that this is the action button and you have to press this button and a direction on the D-pad in order to do the thing. Like it's this and, you know, up or whatever, or this and down. But the thing is, it's already in this really, to me, there's a very lovely sweet spot of doing this to jump and doing this and this to double jump. To me, that's like, there's something very natural about that that works. Because it's like, this is the magic version of all of the things that this already is. So it's like normal jump, magic jump. Normal attack, magic attack. So to me, that's like, being able to press this quickly it's a hard one for me to let go of. Yeah. I could certainly remove this challenge from being this challenging for this one. If it's a question of like learning curves, if it's like, hey, this just needs more, the player just needs more time to learn how to do this, that's fine. I'll just do it. I'll just make this easier. Not a problem. Okay. Yeah. For me, I like it, but I can see why, you know, someone might struggle with it. So I'm not trying to be unempathetic to that. It just means giving up a puzzle that I really like. I'll use it later. How's that? I might add a little bit more of this underneath this. Well, they already do. They can rebind keys. You can rebind keys in the game. I feel that way too, actually, Gangs Robin. I don't know how many other people feel that way. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is one. It's like one jump in the whole demo, and I still do think that this is a 1, 2, 3. I think that's 3. But maybe there should be a few 3s before you get to a 4. I'm not even like. I guess I'm not mentally prepared for this conversation enough to accept that. Whoa! What a bounce! To accept the distinction between like a 1 or 2 or 3 combo. And like the need to envelop it in like a curve that goes up. I mean, I probably would agree, but I haven't really mentally got there yet. You know, even like this one here is like a 3, isn't it? You know, you gotta sort of like, well, I guess it's just a 2, technically. 1, 2. But it is a leap of faith. Maybe I can make this longer. Maybe I can make this an even more... I can make the scene longer. I guess I thought at this point that people were... Hey, I have a question. Let's back up for a second. By this point in the demo, for those of you who got to this point, were you like tired? Had you had enough? Like, how close to burnout were you? Also, we've got a meeting right now. Oh, cool. Yeah. See, this is one of those things where that it's so hard for me as a designer to change my understanding of the player's attention. What you guys are telling me right now is that the map is doing a really good job. That's your feedback right now that you weren't tired makes me convinced that the changes that we just made to the pacing, adding the map, is like fully shifting how the game feels to play. Because I guarantee you, getting to this point here in the previous demo was hard. It was hard because there was a lot of like, where am I going? Oh, how far until I get to this place called the Athenaeum? What am I doing? Like, am I going in the right place? There was a lot of tension that I think is now just solved. I think it's just like much more straightforward where you're supposed to go next. So doing that means you're not tiring out as much, which means like, as a designer, I don't have to be so defensive and make the content so brief. I'm just getting a phone call, pals. I'll be right back. Just the wifey. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy, you know. Like I was. Sorry, I need to like. Actually, first I need to check to make sure that. Okay, yep, cool. We got a music meeting. I can't procrastinate. I've got actual work to do. Music. Save. And then I'll spin up a new meeting. Meeting instant. Yeah, they are Pixels Murphy. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you going?
Okay, I think I'm good. I had a good night yesterday, and we launched a new demo yesterday or 2 days ago, so getting a lot of feedback, but it's all pretty actionable, so I'm pretty happy. I'm just going to hit record now on the meeting.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Yeah. I did see that you launched the demo. I played through today, not the build that I just played in the editor, but like chapter 1 again, because it's been a while. I know you've been working on the demo. It's been a while since I played through the whole thing. And yeah, man, the map and like the spreading out of the crucibles, it's really good.
It's much better, right?
I feel like it's much better, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because I was just about to rave about it to the chat. But like, it was coming to the end of the year. I was so anxious and guilty that it took me like from August until December to to get to the point where people could even test that. And I was feeling like, man, if this doesn't make it feel better, why did I spend so long on that? But it feels like it
Yeah.
does make a big difference, which is so relieving. Such
Yeah.
a relief.
I bet.
Cool. Okay. Well, let's do some music stuff. So
Yeah.
I guess since Monday we've had some music Sting updates, and I think you mentioned that you've done some work on some Cheverton Town theme stuff, and I'm open
Yes.
to whatever else you've got cooking.
Yeah. I haven't added any mini boss Sting stuff since what I posted
Yep.
directly after our conversation.
Yep.
Has Elias done anything for that, or I haven't checked it.
He
I'm
has,
just looking
as
now.
of like an hour ago, we've decided that we were going to add in a sound effect that is currently, he added it back into the Harriet fight, but it's not yet in the Hunden fight. So it's just like a sound effect that acknowledges that the boss died. It's like a
Oh yeah, that
Um,
one. Yeah.
So
Cool.
I think with that and the stings that you're doing, I think that might be enough. We might not have to solve it deeper than that. So yeah.
Okay.
And I also think that your work was good on what you did. the sting
Okay.
that's in there now. Like it feels good playing it.
So don't keep iterating on different versions. Leave it as is now, or do you
I
want me
did
to?
have like some very minor feedback, but I don't know if I guess I would. So my first thought was, oh, it's a little bit more. The way that it closes out is a little less triumphant than I had anticipated, but the way that it resolves still feels resolute. So it's sort of like, it's not that it's wrong or bad or doesn't fit. In fact, I think it does fit. It's just that my expectation was that it would be a little bit more like hurrah. But so like maybe like down the line we could just like play with something and see if that feels better. But I don't think that for the purpose of like the demo right now that it would necessarily make a big difference. It was more just that it was missing in the past that I was mostly concerned about.
Yeah. Okay, so leave it for now, but we might revisit it later.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. So
Cool.
what have we got here?
So this is, I pushed it yesterday, I think. So it should be in the project, but this is just the latest iteration of the Cheverton Town.
Yep.
Like a bit darker, more alleyway direction.
Okay.
From our last conversation. Yeah.
Cool. I'll have a listen, and I might let chat listen into if they're good. Okay, so first thoughts are, I quite like, is that like a waltz 3/4 time that we're in?
Yeah, kind of a waltz feel, yeah.
I like it. I really like it actually.
Okay.
And I'm noticing like right now, a lot of the tracks are kind of like layered in that in a quite an organic way that are not super on beat. I don't know if that's like just work in progress or part of the design. I feel like if it is part of the design, it's probably a little much right now. like the swing on some of those
Mm.
instruments. I think more orderly would be better. I
Yeah.
really I quite like where it's at. I think I don't know if it was like this version or when I was playing it back. Like I think the version I was listening to today in the editor was this version, but in the town square, it felt my thought was, oh, this needs to be a fuller ensemble.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah, I think we both know where that the natural extension for that is. Like, it would be great to have an event change that's fuller.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was my thoughts exactly.
perfect.
Which was kind of, I think, yeah, one of the earlier. Actually, wait, was it this one? No, I think this one. No, the first one. Oh yeah, it's super fast as well. But yeah, that more open orchestration of yeah, it has developed since then. But yes,
Yeah,
I know
I
what you
mean,
mean.
now, wow, that's so crazy. Thinking about this now as a contrast to this one is really
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, I quite like it. Obviously, the tempo would probably need to match, but
Yeah.
yeah, especially for like the moment when this is playing is like with the background that you've got here. It's like during the festival. So
Mm.
if we were to do that, where we had like the two spaces, I think that's really good. We might even need. It's hard because there's a space distinction of like being in the town square versus being in an alley, and then there's also the time distinction of like
Yes.
being in the festival versus being just running around outside of the festival. And I think town square not in the festival. I don't know how complicated that's going to make the variations for this if we have like two different dimensions there. It's like 4 different tracks. So maybe we'll just for now head in the direction of this that keeps the tempo of this for that
Yeah.
second track. I actually just don't want to. I don't want to over direct you. I think you're right on it. So my feedback is thumbs up. Keep going.
Cool.
Cool.
So in terms of next steps for this, creating the town square version.
Yes. Certainly.
That's it.
I think so.
Or yeah, cool.
There will also be, to make it even more complicated, probably an interior version, and maybe that doesn't have to be very dynamic to the like festival or not. It's just an interior track, and in this context, so just to make things even more complicated, there are 2 scenes, both Ned's workshop and the Shoe Inn, which I could see us justifying having completely like 2 separate tracks for these that aren't even in the Cheverton palette. I probably would just wait to see how it all sounds first, but long term, I could see us adding 2 tracks for these.
Yeah.
Or at least just one for Ned's workshop. And then
Are there other interiors, or are those the only interiors?
there are other interiors, yeah. And the
Okay,
other
yeah.
interiors are much more generic. Like they're just like the
Yeah.
inside of a shop that happens to be near the town square, or yeah, something that's just not quite out in the street. And in those contexts, yeah, I think it'd be fine to just do like an inside. So yeah, my direction is start with like after we've done the town square outside version, just an interior version that's just much more stripped back that we could just use anywhere. And then on a case-by-case basis in each of these scenes, I'll have a listen and say, oh, okay, this is going to work, or not, we need something more specific in this scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. This is really great.
Yay.
Okay. And that sounds like, I think that should be fine. Like you don't want additional to-dos on top of that, do you, for now?
Well, you were talking about the suspense track, the like empty ambient sort of
Yeah.
track. It'd be good to get a brief for that if you
Yeah, I
can.
can work on that. Yeah, I'll get that to you today.
Okay.
And it'll just be in text. And I don't think it'll need to be like in a meeting explaining how it works. I think I'll just provide a couple of references and keep it pretty light.
Cool.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thanks, Morgan.
No worries.
Have a good rest of your week.
You too.
All
See ya.
See ya. Awesome. I really like when we've got, with all the team members, right now where we're at, it's like a lot of good momentum where I have a lot of trust in everyone's work. I'm very happy about it. But I so badly need to get, like, today, half of my day probably should have been on chapter 2. And it kind of is, but it's all on chapter 2 work that helps the team move forward, but doesn't help me move forward in giving work to the team. So I need to be working on having this, and next week we'll prioritize it. This needs to be playable, like the same way that chapter 1 is playable. Hey, thanks for the follow. I missed what your name was, but thank you so much. Okay, so I was finishing a thought about the pacing on chapter 1, but Morgan already brought it up mid-conversation. So you guys know how I feel about that. I think the map is helping immensely. There's more stuff I want to do with the map, for sure. Like, yes, having there be markers that you can place or NPC faces that you can see for side quests that you've picked up, if you want to like toggle them on and off. I'm already kind of like midway through that, so I think that'd be awesome. There is an aspect to this game that is a flavor thing that I haven't decided yet, but I've got lots of options here about how data driven it needs to be. Like in Dark Souls, you never get any information about anything. The game is like, some NPC will tell you something once, and if you weren't paying attention, tough luck. And there's nothing you can do to check if you've done the thing that they spoke about. In this game so far, there is like an increasing number of things that let you see into the data state of the game of like, have I got this side quest? Have I completed it? Have I got the equipment? Have I completed this recipe? Like, the percentage of completeness is something that you can evaluate much more closely right now. I think that's good for this game. I think ticking boxes is kind of like, Insignia, there are aspects of it that fall into a like collectathon style game, like a Mario Odyssey or something. And I think those aspects, it's nice to have guidance. So maybe if I get it right, I'll be able to mix and match and people will enjoy all of it. All right. So I've updated this. I'm actually going to post it in that thread right now. That I updated it. Yeah. And I really want to apologize. Just to all of you about my defensiveness. It's like such a flaw that I have as a designer that I get defensive. It's mostly that I want to bring you along for the mental journey that I'm on. And I know that's just, I know you get it and it's fine, but like I also just like don't want you to feel like I'm telling you that you're dumb or something if you can't do a thing in the game that I made, because that would be not a good that's not how you that's not how you design things. Okay, so any troubleshooting that's open? No. Game breaking stuff that's open and it needs to be match all. Stuck in for loop. This should be fixed. That is closed. Did I not close it? No, I did. I'm always skill issues. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a thing. It's a thing. But there is a degree as well to which, and I need to be careful about this. It's a branding thing. It's like, is this game marketed as a platformer? If it is, fine to have platforming in it. If it's not, it doesn't feel good to buy a game thinking it's cozy and then it becomes a hard platformer. Okay, this actually does seem like an issue that I need to resolve, and then this one as well. Let's have a look. Thanks. I know it's common. One sec. I just gotta open up my door. It's a bit hot in here. The cold air gets through the house, but not into this room unless I open the door, even though it's got a vent. Yeah, Davy Jones, I think I agree with you that the pacing on this last little bit for me drags for sure. Mostly because there's not a lot of stakes set up that make it. It's not great. Partly because the cutscenes are kind of unpolished. When Armin shows up and he's like, "Hey, you gotta tell me more about the sword stuff. This is crazy." And she's like, "Well, welcome to where we were before you came here, hours ago." All that, there needs to be some tension, and I know where it needs to go, and I know exactly what I want to do with it. It's just not there yet. So it feels like you're just running around for no reason. Okay, so merchants. So this says 20. 20 for an Oronite chunk. That seems not right, first of all. Let's have a look what she says. Little merchant menu. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the Oronite. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the Oronite. And then when we go Oronite chunk, this has a sell value of 50. How did we get 20 then? How does that happen? Where is this set up? Oh, dude. Yeah, this is another. I don't think I wrote this. I think this is a Luca thing. I don't think there should be custom prices on these. I just don't think it's a good way to do this. I mean, I get it. I know why he's got them in there. But for chapter 1, certainly, I don't think it should be that merchants have different prices for the same item. And I don't like that it's here. Because, yeah. So this is 1, 2, 3. Okay, there are at least 3 different flags. That's good. Now that's 50. And if I set money 1,000, that might have been 10,000, and I click this, it's good. So that was what was happening. I think I fixed that bug straight away. The problem is that reading on this label was based on the price of the item on the item, the way it's set up. But this is a one-time purchase, which is enveloped by some other thing which has a different price. So the price could be red at 50, but you're buying it for 20. So that's why. That will just fix that now. That whole problem with this. I should still solve it though. So okay, custom price. What is custom price for a one-time purchase? For each of the one-time purchases, but this has a shop item listable. When we set content, we're setting the text color if it's affordable. But this item, hey Seaspawn, you can play the demo right now. This doesn't work that way because item is an item, but not a one-time purchase. So the problem here is that this can't be correct. Oh, thank you so much. So this check purchasable has this value check, and value here is a string. So here we need int value, assigned value. And unfortunately, we're gonna have to do this if O is quest flag. No, if O is insignia.item I assigned value equals I.value, and then set custom value assigned value equals custom value. Now, when we check the price, we say assigned value. Acai value, bro. And then when we purchase it, try purchase. Yeah, Fat Pizza is classic. Instead of, when we try purchase, remove money item value, and the item value is value dot to int, but it's no longer that. It's assigned value, which needs to now be public int get assigned value. So from here, that will work. Okay. So if we go to the farmer's shop now and we set a custom price of 100, now it actually says 100. If we have 60, set money 60, we don't have enough and we can't buy it, even though its base price is 50. So if we set money 200, now we can buy it and it's 100, and when we purchase it, we pay for 100. So now it's actually correct how it works. And for now, we won't do that. Okay, good. We can push that now. There's one more thing. Shop item listable. Check purchasable. Has item. Check affordable. Assigned value. Okay, so the red should go based on check affordable. Yeah, that's great. That's perfect. We're all good. We can commit that now. Perfect. All right, then what's next? We can close this. This is a very small one, but I think I can do it quickly. The man and the woman, when you first enter the village, seem to have layer collision issues. Yeah. So this is because NPCs are all on the same value. Their position is character 0. I think what I'll do is for every additional character, I'll assign their on-screen sorting value to -1 on a static value that resets every time the scene loads. The problem here, though, is that she doesn't have any... There isn't a value. She's just character 0. There's no script that envelops her that will let her be different. So that's annoying. I mean, we could put all of the merchants. Is that even where her sprite is, though? Red woman? She's just there. Okay. Well, she's got a citizen script on her. How many citizens are there? Okay. Well, I probably could chuck that on them, but this doesn't feel right. That's just a mono behavior. I would love to remove that and replace it with an NPC. Because there's not... Yeah. Also, like, I should sort them by their Y position. And subtract depending on their Why? It's not fun to do that. So for now, she'll just be -1. And she'll be -2. And that'll get us most of the way through that for now. I'll put it on my to-do list. NPCs need auto Z sorting based on Y axis. Order of okay. This one I also wanted to fix. This is very annoying. Let's fix it right now. Hey Glyco, it's going well. Fixing some bugs today. No problem there. It might be that the hedgehog is trying to go into navigation while it's spawning in or something. I don't know what the context is to make it work, but sometimes it just is sliding when it comes into the scene. Why? What if we start loaded in and we just move around a bit and then I force it to play? Okay, we got him. So you are slide forwarding. That's actually a thing it can do. I don't know why I let it do that. And its state tree says it is walking. So that means okay, so I don't think it's really, I can't really tell what state it's in. I'm going to make an update to my state tree system. I just want a field that tells me what state it's in. But this label, where does that get rendered? Doesn't like that. I screwed it up. Oh, no. Patrol, walk. So it's doing walk. Okay. So is it doing walk? Hedgehog walking. Okay. It's not complete. Well then, if it's not complete and it's walking, why isn't it doing its animation state? Because the animation that it thinks that it's doing is slide forward. We've got to solve this. I'm going to take a break and be right back. Okay. So, what's going on? What's going on, buddy? I guess when the hedgehog, let's go walk through its logic. Hedgehog is doing. Wait. When we look at the state tree, the hedgehog is doing patrol walk. Okay, so patrol is not wall patrol, just normal patrol. Patrol sets up the animation on entry with navigate, and navigate has an animation that well, this is a kind of ground navigate, which should have, nope, okay. Walk has an animation, yes. So on entry, we force it to play walk. So this is like, hey, I'm walking here. But it's also doing slide. So why is it doing slide? Let's look at the hedgehog's tree again and look at where slide comes in. This is, I think, something inside of nudge footsies, this kind of thing here. So when we go here, there is this back step and front step, which is where slide forward comes in, which is what we were actually doing. So maybe on entry here, we can say debug.log. Okay. Now we're going to compile it and run it again. See if we can make this happen. Foot off the wheel? Should people's feet be on the wheel? Okay. 3, 2, 1, please, please, please. Damn it. Hey, Holdenian. Dude, I got the worst bag of clinkers in the world right now. It's so crusty and old. There's only a couple left. Okay. Okay. So, let's have a look. Hey, Holdenian. So, hedgehog is what we're looking for. So not this one, not this one, not this, not this, not this, all the way to right here. Hedgehog started walking to 0, 0, which is not a great destination. Hedgehog playing animation slide forward. So we can look at the stack to look what's happening here. Walk, enter, when it's initializing its current state, which is patrol.enter. Makes perfect sense to me. And then it sets its engage to true, goes into nudge footsie step here, forward step. Okay. I don't understand how it can be in the walking state subtree, but doing the animation of the engage state tree. Let's have a look. That should be a problem. I think we found it. I'm so confident I'm going to remove the logs for everything else. And then clinkers. What are you doing? Now he's really moonwalking. I think this prepare destination shouldn't happen on start. I think it should happen on entry. Because this isn't happening yet, that's why. Unless this should be awake. That might be better. Well, I couldn't find the clinkers at the supermarket the other day. So I hope they haven't like discontinued them. Okay, well that's annoying. Okay, you can't get destination because you don't have a core yet. So it can't be in awake. Has to be after that. Coda ball rolling. I already have. Okay. So, prepare destination just gets it. But when do we call this? Here and here. Okay, well, I think that's probably fine. There you go. Ball rolling. Look, ready? There you go, it's rolling. But this ball's made of spikes. Okay. So... timeline, press play. We're good. Play that. Go. Okay. I think that should solve it. I think it should be solved. There's not really a reason why it should be moonwalking or doing anything else wrong. Yeah, I can't, like, personally, holding a mouse while playing a platformer, to me, it's makes no sense to me. But I totally get if it works for other people. And I will support it. And it'll be in the default set. There will be... Yeah, Terraria is like a game where you have a mouse pointer and you can click on things, like Stardew Valley. Right? Isn't there a cursor that follows you around like this? That follows your mouse around? You can aim. You can't aim in this game. So the pointer has no value in Insignia. That's the only thing. So like you're clicking a mouse, but what are you clicking on? You know, you're just clicking to click. But like I said, I accept that people want to do it. HK Hollow Knight. Like I said, I will provide an option at the start of the game where you will have 3 control schemes. There will be, you know, keyboard and mouse. There will be classic with ZXC and arrow keys. And there will be some other one that's got WASD plus IJKL and space or something like that. Those will be your options. And of course controller support. But for keyboards, those will be your mapping options. And it'll be in this order. And I'll call it classic, modern, and mouse. And then I'll have here in little brackets for actual gamers. And then you guys can figure it out. And you can rebind them as well. You'll be able to rebind individual keys for all of them. Don't worry about it. It'll be classic, modern, and the hands will go up more and the eyes will get wider. All right. I think that's done. I think we fixed the hedgehog. Let's go to a scene where we can just keep loading it. Yeah, I think we're good. Alrighty, so that's corrected now. Hedgehogs. And they probably should start idle. So like, instead of loading into patrol, and that might give us the first one. It'll be idle. Yeah. So it'll always be still for a little bit and then it'll go do something else. Perfect. Two mice. Jesus. Okay. sick. All right. Exactly, friends. You got it. What else we got? The book is still an issue. Scenario breaking. Yeah, this one's tough because it's based on the fact that you're using a mouse, and I don't know how to. I have to address that later. That is a problem though. Walter disappears after changing scenes after the combat tutorial. Okie dokie, let's go fix that. I agree that's a problem. You could play with a fight stick. You could do that. So Walter, after tutorial guard NPCs, if you've met the combat guards and you haven't discovered the crucible. I mean, it probably should be something like, and you haven't got scale. That means he'll stick around for a lot longer. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to do anything else. There's also something that I really want to fix. Do I have time? Okay. This one's weird. If the special keybind or rations keybind are bound to the mouse in any configuration, the map doesn't work. Might apply to other keybinds too. Yes, you may. What was the color, Holdinian? Yellow. Sorry, you literally wrote it in the message too. You did a good job, and I was just not reading properly. That's a green one. Sorry, bud. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Okay. What is time? Time is light traveling through space and being observed by bodies in space. That's time. Atoms observing light, traveling through space. Hey, Pixels Murphy. Quick to ask a question if you don't mind. I noticed your ground tiles have a little lip/overhang instead of being a perfect square. When you showed tiled process, is that mainly for visual depth/grounding? When you say lip overhang, do you mean specifically just this? Or do you mean like this? What overhang are we talking about? This? The extra bits? It's for aesthetic. It just looks better in my opinion. It's just a spatial thing. I just like that it places the character better in the scene. Not every game does that though. Lots of games have it be completely horizontal, and it's less work if it's perfectly horizontal. Okay. Next, map doesn't work if you've assigned buttons to mouse buttons. Okay, this is gonna make me anxious, but controls, keyboard, attack, mouse button 1. What's the other one we did? Special. Mouse, okay, that one. Save, out. All right. So you walk up to this guy with this, and then you press this. Interesting. So when I open up the menu, this fails. With the mouse buttons assigned? I don't think so. Let's have a look. That looks good to me. They might have had some other map bug. They seemed to think that it was related to the map. They couldn't open the map at all. But it could also be just like this key not found exception creating problems. Also, did they say roll? If they said if mouse button 1 is roll, that would actually be different. Special or rations? Well, special is bound to map right now. I think it's something like the game doesn't have an icon for that. So because it doesn't have an icon, it's missing the icons, and then these throwing errors might just cause something else to break downstream. So why don't we go get the dictionary for this? Get key code from button. Well, this is the problem. They're not key codes if it's a mouse button, right? Does the mouse button have a key code? Oh, it does. Is that key codes? It does. Okay, so I need a key code for mouse 0 and mouse 1, 323 and 324. Remember that, chat. 323, 324. I might disallow them, yeah. I might have to, stop the player from being able to do it. So, well, we'll see. I mean, I haven't got a decision yet. Where does this dictionary come from? This dictionary is static. Keycode to sprite dictionary. And it comes from keyboard map keys. Does it? Equals button prompt manager get keycode dictionary. Did I do this? Wow. Me? Couldn't be me. Button prompt manager. Holy shit. Well, in a certain sense, it is just a big array. It's a bunch of images that go to a bunch of key codes, and they have to be manually and explicitly referenced. It's not if statements, all right? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Okay. So in this key code map, do I have buttons is the question. Dude, where is this file? Dude. Keyboard map BG? No. Well, they're clearly not here. In any case, I will hand draw them right now. Looks like the size of these is literally 8 by 8. Oof. File new. 8 by 8. Hey Vatradox, can I confirm that you're using 0.8.3 right now? That is left click. And this would be right click. You got soft lock in the second ability chamber. What's happening? Could you, I mean, I guess you could put it in the Discord, but when you put it in the Discord, make it, if it's fully soft locked, make it game breaking. Describe it as game breaking. New tag, input. So this should be called, hang on. Insignia, where is this thing here? This is key, this is sprites UI. Assets, sprites, UI, mouse, key, icons. left, right. Hey, Ian. Thank you so much for the sub. Everyone's been doing a good job. So 105 and 106. Cool. Okay. So let's see if that actually does something. What I should really be doing is in the controls keyboard, instead of the text, I should show the icon. So that when you see mouse 1, you see the icon that's mouse 1. Let's have a look. Nice. I think that's pretty good. Does that do you, when you see that, understand what that means, chat? Yeah, perfect. You got it. Sweet. I know. It's a faulty thing. I think that's, to me, that says right click. I see it and my brain just goes, yep, right click. I don't think I would think of it as anything else. As in, it doesn't look like left click to me. That's right click. Yeah, but the base of the mouse is also the solid. There's not enough pixels for RMB. It's 8 pixels. Is there a way to force go back to a previous checkpoint? Quitting the game and loading it again should do that. The crucibles, which they might not be, but they should be set as non-save. But I also made some changes to the code that make it save when you transition. So actually that might be screwed. Use red. I'm not using, they don't have colors and I can't animate them. So I'd be breaking all of my conventions if I do that. Treasure train? I don't think it's no one said they didn't understand it. So I'm just going to say for now, adds mouse button icons. It's 1 bit. I think it's fine. I'm happy with it. I'm not asking for new ways to do it. Okay. Hey, Ian. I got. I'm responding to you. Yeah. So unfortunately, right now, the aspect ratio stuff I will need to review because there's no easy way to do it. Like the game is in 16:9. If you're, what should happen is you should get black bars top and below, and it should be tighter. But instead, what it's doing is expanding and cropping content out. Wow, acid giraffes. Good luck. That's pretty ballsy. So what do we want to do with this? What's next? Open issues that are glitch. I haven't fixed this yet. This does need to be fixed, like ASAP. So let's go fix that right now. Whoa, that's massive. What the hell? Dude, that's not even close. Excuse me? Dude, I can't stand this button layout. Okay. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. Cool, fixed. Peg leg. I'm not walking around with a hook hand. I need both my hands. Forget about it. Bread. Save this. Go here. Check what he says. He says, pretty sure I solved this yesterday. Oh, whoa. No, you didn't. I literally did fix it, but I don't know why that didn't work. Well. 4. This is a problem. You've already covered sprinting. Can't recall if you mentioned jumping. Seems redundant. I suppose so. What do you reckon? I guess we could take out the sprint. Jumping, I don't think we cover before this point. Also, somebody said that down climbs up. That's absolutely not the case. Up climbs up, and right climbs up, and left climbs up. But down certainly does not climb up. Unless they mean this. No, down always climbs down. I'm not crazy. Thank you, Acid. Oh, yeah. That is a tough one. Because it used to be that you could do it, but I would need to... Oh, shoot. What is this? Okay. I would need to give you, like, a special... Like, I need to give you the sword already. But you've just started a new save file, so you can't have the sword. So I need to give a special tag to something that does something. How would I do this? Maybe I just give you one. Just onload. One sec. Okay. All right, it's going to be weapon giver. And it's going to have a public scriptable weapon. Weapon. And then on start, give weapon. Okay, let's see. Please, Gib. Nope. Also, nothing in the equipment inventory. Oh, I see. Oh, and this is and equip, right? Oh no, it's just showcase. Okay, let's try that. Oh, did we get a new follow? Thanks for the follow. Okay, sweet. So we have that now. And then when I start. Okay, maybe something bad happens. The hell was that about? Don't ship it, don't ship it. It's because we don't have a path, but that shouldn't matter. Okay, no good. It might be that this game engine has none here, so no progress is better. Maybe that's it. 1 sec, pals. Yeah, that's just a small thing. The problem is this. So this needs to be renamed something like control test weapon giver. Because then I don't think this is right. I don't think this will work. I have no faith in it. But if it works, then it works. Technically worked, but we're locked in. If weapon was the equipped weapon, then geared equipped weapon equals null. That should work. That's correct, Kaikul. They're always the same. For now. Yeah, this is really hard. I think I just have to remove it. There is an option to check. To like give us a sword in the editor. Actually, that doesn't work anymore. Damn. Yeah. I guess I really would like for you to be able to attack in this scene, but I can't right now in a way that won't destroy the game. Yeah. Sorry. Later I can solve it. Up arrow does nothing. Is that true? He could look up. I actually literally have an up look animation for him. What's happening, Zoronek? Okay. Yeah. Actually, that's not what I was trying to solve. I was trying to solve something different. The does nothing is not a big deal. That's actually quite easy. We were solving something slightly different. But while we're here, might as well solve that one. I mean, yeah. It's not that it does nothing. Maybe I just shouldn't bind it. Anyway, it's no big deal. I'm just going to leave it. So here's a question. What if I have these remapped? Do they... Oh yeah, M. Yeah, okay. Sure, I'll just leave it. It's not worth it. Dude, the tower we'll get to another time. I feel bad. I feel bad for everybody who can't do the tower. Even my wife can't do it. Also a skill issue, but it's a skill issue that we don't actually need to test anymore. It's a different skill than what it used to need to test. 2, 1, ding. See? You just need me sitting next to you when you're playing to tell you when to do it. Okay. It's not even the whole dungeon, not the whole dungeon, the whole tower is wrong. It's just not right. Like, it's teaching you a skill that's not what it's supposed to be teaching you anymore. Like, it's from 2018. I can remove it now and do something better with it. It also probably doesn't need to be mandatory. I probably should just let you go through. Or what I could do is literally just queue it up so that when you press the button, it does the thing, rather than making it be a skill check. Like what the role is with the 2 combat guards. Like, it's not that complicated. It doesn't even need to be a skill check. But I'm not doing that now. I don't have time. I'll keep it open. This is a little bit editorial. I don't know how I feel about this. But I kind of do agree to an extent. Did anyone else find this weird? I didn't find it weird until someone mentioned it. And now it's kind of like, well, potentially. I mean, there's something about it that I like, actually. Because he was a minor celebrity in town. So they're almost talking about him separately from him being the dad, you know? But she loved her husband. It's not a problem. Like, she could call him dad. She could say dad was, or like your dad. But I think when I first wrote it, I think I was doing it to teach the player the dad's name, you know, like to make the connection. If she says because she says something like your father somewhere else in the conversation, and then she says Magnus. So it's like by connecting those two, it's like now you know that dad is Magnus. I think that's what I was doing when I first wrote it. But looking at it now, I don't know. Like, my mum she's probably never mentioned my dad's name to me that way. She's probably never said, like, John this. She would say your father or your dad. Yeah. What's something I wouldn't say to somebody IRL? Are you talking about the chat rules. I certainly wouldn't say something really rude to their face. So don't say it here. See, she says your father there. It's also a rule in writing not to use the same pronoun twice or the same noun in two sentences. I try not to. Maggie or Rose? Actually, you know, I also was thinking about calling her Rosie. I actually was thinking about changing her name to specifically Rosie, like that. Or even Rosemary. I think I will. Is that how you spell that? Yeah. I think Rosemary. Because there's roses now that you collect in the game, which is a bit... Oh, she's gone. She's gone. Do you know, for the first time just now, Swizz, the thing you said about the character lines being on the same line as the dialogue, it just hit me of like, oh, I don't like that. But I never felt that way before just this second because her name's so long. Like I'm reading Rosemary, just take it easy today. Why'd you do that? Why did you just do that to me? I can fix it. I could put her name above the text the way that I do it with everything else. The way that I do it with recipes in the game. So this reward, I could do it that way. Or like that iron pauldron, cooking pot. I don't know. We'll get to that later. Maybe it should be Rosie. Even though her full name's Rosemary. I think I'm keeping it Rosie. Rosie's a little cuter. Her name is Rosemary, but Rosie, I think I like it. Anyway, Rosie. I got an auntie Rosie, whose name is Rosemary. Okay. I was thinking even Rosa, but it's too much, I think. I think it's too much. Okay. Next. That's fine. I'm actually just going to close this one. Fast travel cutscene should be solved. These need to be open. Okay, that's fine. Open and what? Text and dialogue. In memoriam missing quest. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I know why. These flags need to have. Shoot. No, they can't. Ah, man. Okay, I got a better idea. That'll do. Okay. So, okay. shouldn't be able to do that. So that's fine. Now the trick is I get out of here. I get out of here. I go through here and I pick up a rose. This should still be the same. Sweet. That's perfect. Great. Okay. I guess I'll push this now. Yeah, all right. I'll give you that one. Exactly. Well, previously she didn't sell anything, so I could just say whatever I wanted. Now she actually does sell things, so they have to be correct. All right, well, build it. I think that's them. But one thing I didn't do, change this to 4. I drew everything. Okay. Well, this will be up in about 10 minutes, but I gotta go now. So thank you all for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you do finish the demo, please do go into the save select screen and go up to story feedback to give me feedback on the story. Even if you've expressed it here, it's really important if you express it here, because then I get actual info. Yep. There you go. It is a long one. And we do have on Discord, we've got a forum where you can post all the stuff you want to post. But in the meantime, let's find someone on Twitch to raid. Booyah gets the raid. Love me some booyah. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. I'll see you all tomorrow. We'll do it again. That's the stream. As always. Oh, also, like, if you really like what you see, wishlist it. Go on Steam and wishlist it right now. That's the stream. Catch you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.